time. How's everybody doing? Beaky Pixie, thank you for the prime. It's a bit dim in here today. Besides the supernova, I didn't turn on any lamps. Oops. I'm not tired today. I'm just feeling a bit like... Just a bit like... You know? Anyone else kind of feel like... Sans from Marble Snap? I didn't know Sans was in Marble Snap. I think I'm drinking a shit ton of water. I've had like 5 water bottles today already. I feel like that's indicative of me feeling yucky. You know, like my body needs extra water. Oh, the customary, here's what we're working with today. Washed my hair this morning, so it's a really something. Yeah. I think that's a lot of water. It is a lot of water, but like I'm thirsty. Like I'm craving it. You know? A floof dent? A little bit. Ardo wigs? Okay, what is that? What is that? It's a very white website. Thick cosplay wigs. Heard. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely thick. It's thick. Yeah, I'm gonna hobby today. I'm wanting to paint more of the Kroot, and then also assemble the salamander that's on the bed there. Yeah, I mean, that's it. I've been really wanting to hobby, and I don't really hobby outside of stream. So if I want to hobby, I gotta do it here. The Kraut? Or the Kroot? Short for crouton. Oh, the Kroot. I understand. What's my shirt? It is Gul'dan from World of Warcraft. The new Gul'dan design from Legion when Troy Baker was Gul'dan. It looks way better at this distance. When I'm wearing it and I look down at it, time has not been super kind to it. But it holds up well from the distance, I guess. It's a good house shirt. I'm old now. I don't really like to wear shirts like this outside anymore. I'll wear like the Dairy Queen logo outside or like the Maruchan logo. But like, I don't really like giant graphic tees outside anymore. It feels like it's against my own image now. Like, this isn't the kind of person I see myself as anymore. Someone who wears this outside. There's nothing wrong with wearing this outside, but I don't identify with this kind of thing outside anymore. I'm just... I mean, you know... In 18 months, I'm 30. But who's counting? Yeah. I guess... I mean, it's a nice quality shirt. It's official Blizzard merch. It's just, you know, not what I wear outside anymore. Okay, well. Here we go. I actually put my phone over there before I started stream so that I wouldn't forget it. Oh, I didn't start Spotify though. I did forget that. Okay, hold on. Spotify. We'll listen to Freerin today. Okay, camera, how we looking, buddy? The world stops rotating when Spotify isn't playing? It just might. One moment. It should go in just 1 second here. Okay. My desk is a bit crowded, but I'm looking to fix that this week. I'm going to go to IKEA and buy shelves. I know a lot of people think that you should cover your minis in a big glass cabinet. That's not only more expensive, but also way more cumbersome, takes up way more room, and it's also like, I don't know, I don't think it's that... I don't care that much. Just make sure you take them down every so often, or like spray them off with like some compressed air or something. But like, I don't think you need to like really do a glass cabinet unless you like are doing it for fucking crazy paint jobs that you really care about, you know? Like you spend 500 hours on it. Like I can just spray these guys off and they're okay, you know? I'm not that kind of guy. So there's like some fucking shelves that you can buy a shelf at IKEA, and then like the bracket that bookends the shelf, you can get ones that are double wide so that another shelf fits into the bracket and it joins them. So I was thinking of getting a few of those. They're pretty cheap. And I will take down some of the posters from the wall above my desk and put them there. Is IKEA still full of as much magical whimsy and wonder as you remember? Absolutely. So today we are putting together the Kroot Lone-Spear. He rides a big salamander that, ironically, I feel isn't Kroot. It's something different. Like, what do you mean he's riding something that is not Kroot? How did this happen? Okay, yeah. He's got the oblong. Usually, this is a cavalry base. This oval base. I don't have too many minis that are on a cavalry base like this, so that's fun. I think what we're gonna do before we do literally anything else is apply the peanut butter to this bitch. I think I'm really liking doing that. I'm not sure if people will say that this is inefficient, but I won't believe them. Because literally I can apply the peanut butter in about 1 second. Whereas the horse, if it's cavalry, they just call it a cavalry base. They'll call it that even if a motorcycle goes on this. Like the motorcycles, they're Primaris like motorcycle guys, like Space Marines, and they get bases like this. And they don't have a horse. The Imperial Guard have horses. There's like an Imperial Guard unit, I don't remember what they're called, but they got a new sculpt like last year, and they're cavalrymen with spears, but the spears are tipped with grenades. So like you poke someone with it and it blows up, and then you drop it peanut butter down onto your mat. Yeah. I don't remember what they're called though. Hello, Varson. I'm trying to remember what they're called, but they're like kind of Mongolian inspired the way they look. They're not like typical Cadian looking guardsmen. And they have spears that are tipped with grenades. They're like something Rough Riders. I don't remember exactly what they're called. Okay, peanut butter applied. Let's just clean up the edge a little bit. I don't care if it's super clean, but just a little bit. This peanut butter will last me so long. You guys have no idea how many minis I've used this peanut butter on, and it's like I can still like... It's still like more than half full. Missing terrain for them? Just making texture on the base. So now we can set that aside. Taking my glasses off. I am going to go pour out that water that I just rinsed that brush with because it's got a bunch of poop in it now. So I'll be back in 1 second. Ooh, there's a bottle there. Get out of my way, bottle. Because I will need clean paint later, so I might as well do it now before I'm settled, you know? You understand? Okay. Did the grass arrive? Yeah, we used the grass last time. I think this guy's got grass on it from that. I think he's the only one to have grass on it from that. But, yes. Advance from the pee bottle to the poop water? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, now we can start. Pretty simple looking. It's just a singular sprue here. Let's get this peanut butter, this live peanut butter out of the way. One single sprue, really thin instruction booklet. Looking pretty good here, honestly, as far as how simple this is. Last time we assembled the Imperial Guard heavy support squad. That took forever. It was really fun, but those are really complicated and really tiny, whereas this guy has really big pieces generally, so he's going to go together really quick. Before we went live, I was watching a painting video. It was for Abraxia, Spear of the Everchosen. And she's a new Slaves to Darkness model for Age of Sigmar, so she's a new Chaos model. That shit looks sick. Only available in a $200 box that is full of stuff that I don't want besides Abraxia. But once I can find her on eBay, maybe I'll grab her. I really liked her because you can't tell she's a woman, because she's wearing giant plate armor. And it is just designed in the exact same way as the male armor. It's armor. She was really cool. There's a big cool helmet, a really cool spear. She rides a giant dog. If you look her up, it's not a dog, but that's, you know, that's fun to call it a dog, right? Shaving away some of the connection points here. A big chonky war dog. Yeah, look her up. Abraxia. A-B-R-A-X-I-A. Abraxia, Age of Sigmar. You'll see, it's a dog. Just like this guy's riding a dog. I think she's a pretty big model, too. Because her dog is very giant. Like, I don't even know what kind of giant base she goes on. Like some 90mm cavalry base or something. I think it would be oblong like this one, but not sure. Is a dog on the prowl? Absolutely a dog on the prowl. Trying to smooth out connection points and mold line flash. You guys know the drill. I've seen people use scalpels for this. Like, they don't use an X-Acto knife like this. Plenty of people use the X-Acto knife. But I've seen people use, like, actual, like, scalpels. Because they're really, really sharp and you can buy replaceable blades, just like an X-Acto knife. Pete the Wargamer on YouTube. Really talented kit basher, conversion, and painter. He uses a scalpel. Yep, this sure does go right there. Oh, I love the Freerin soundtrack. This is so goated to have it. It's perfect for this kind of a low-key thing to listen to. That's a good way these parts go together. It really hides the seam. I'd never thought of using a scalpel. The only medical tool I had seen being used for this are the big tweezers. Yeah. Any movies I'm looking forward to? I mean, I talked about it, but I saw Furiosa last week. That was awesome. For some reason, it's bombing. I don't know why nobody went and saw it, because people all loved the first movie. So, like, why aren't you seeing the one by the same director and the same team just making another movie? I don't understand. But it was really good. Hello, Blackberry. Besides that, I guess I want to go see the new Planet of the Apes movie once that's out, or if it's out already, I'd like to go see that. Because those are really good. Yeah. It's because movie theaters cost an arm and a leg if you want concessions, then just don't buy concessions. I get that complaint. Concessions are too expensive, but they're optional. They're optional. If you don't want to buy the $7 popcorn, you don't have to sit down. You know? But it's not a movie without popcorn? Well then, are you allowed to complain about the price? It's voluntary. They are too expensive, I agree, but like, I don't know. It just feels like the kid putting the stick in the spokes of his bike and going, fucking movie theaters. They're only that expensive because people keep paying it. You know? This goes, yep, right underneath. It's just the bottom side of the tail. Anyone else have anything epic going on recently? I know WrestleTuber came and went. That was a fun event to watch. WrestleTuber was fun. You got Tamp. Hello, Tamp. Watching show night with your friends? What does that mean? What's show night? Is that something, or is that like a day that you guys have that you watch shows? Kind of a gap there that I'm not sure I like, but we'll see if that turns out okay. Heard watching Donashi. WrestleTuber was peak. You're reading manga and rotting. You watched it instead of going to a con during a severe windstorm. That kind of sucks that the windstorm stopped you from going to the con, though. But I'm glad you made the most of it. Every Monday, we are currently watching The Fallout Show. I've still not seen it, but I've heard it's pretty good. So, yeah. I know the Midwest has had a lot of really bad wind recently. Like, worse than usual. I think my curse to turn it back into the Dust Bowl was real. This does have a lot of joining pieces that join, like his entire torso here is like 5 different pieces, so I really got to make sure I clean up the connection so that it fits together right. Hello, Washi. Why did I curse the Midwest? Because they deserve it. If everyone leaves, then they'll move to places that are more fun. Then everyone in America gets to have more friends. Yeah, we kind of need the farmers, but like maybe we can just get a hustle on the robot farming. How are they allowed to make something so peak with Freerin? Like who told them they could do that? You know? Who told them they can make peak? That's crazy. They literally just went and made peak. It shouldn't have been allowed. Isn't that wild? I still haven't watched Freerin. I can't believe some of you guys still haven't watched it. When every single stream I go, Freerin was like my favorite anime like in a long ass time. Like it's so good. And you guys just don't watch it. Kind of freakish behavior actually. Like, I can't name a single thing about Freerin that's bad. Like, think about a point of production in the average anime, right? You have VA, animation, music, directing, like, background artists, you know, mixing, compositing, all of these things, all these myriad things, and there wasn't a single thing about Freerin that was bad. I have a poor attention span. You guys need to be studied in a lab. People who say that. You can't sit still for 20 minutes. Either get put in a lab to be studied, or get Adderall. 20 minutes. ADHD? There's a fix for it. "20 minutes, not even on Adderall, then to the lab. Then to the lab. That's where you go." I don't know what living with ADHD is like. I imagine it's difficult at times. But also, get in the lab. I feel like for how prolific it seems to be, especially in like people of a certain age group for some reason, why isn't Adderall easier to get? But like, I haven't seen like a 50-year-old with ADHD, you know? What does that look like? Like straight up disabled? It sucks? I know, I'm sure it does. Put his little footsie on here. His little salamander footsie. Is this how the footsie goes? It looks like this is how the footsie goes. His little footsie. Can't use Adderall because your heart rate is too high? Well, that blows. Well, but unfortunately, you know, no exceptions to the lab. It kind of sucks, but to the lab with you. When I was in Japan, I should have bought one of the really nice, like, Tamiya clippers. I mean, I can get them on Amazon, but, like... People think adults are just drug-seeking for entertainment, not actually disabled. Yeah, my mom had a lot of difficulty getting Adderall. So I guess I do know someone who's over 50 that is on Adderall. Got a referral from your doctor to get diagnosed and they still told you can't have it. You're not a hyperactive little boy, you're 20. Very interesting. There's a really big sprue piece here, but I don't want to cut it off with the clippers because it'll make a big scar. So I'm trying to, yeah, there you go. Chop at it with my knife and now I can clean up. Medical professionals are morons? Yeah! Yeah, Myosk! You medical professionals are actual morons. I agreed? No, I was pointing it out because I know that you're a medical professional, so it's funny. Oh, Doc says hello, by the way, Myosk. I did tell him you said hello and that you miss him. When I saw him. I miss him too. I never get to see him anymore. Once a month at most. Who is a medical worker here? Myosk is. She's the one who's always talking about her CT scans. That she performs. I hope he's doing well. He seems like he's doing well. He seems like he's doing well. So, I'm happy for him, but I do miss him. Can I provide medical advice? Yeah, that's probably wise. I gotta trim up his little feetsies. His little doggy feet. I want a dog so bad. Fuck. Okay. 2 legs. Get a dog? Yeah, it's not that simple. Even if I wanted to get a dog, like, grab, like, a, you know, some adopted, you know, cheap dog, that still costs so much money, even to adopt. It costs $1 zillion to do such a thing. Started medical coding and radiology. Don't know what any of that means, but congrats. Or, sorry that happened. Not a dachshund, what would I get? Probably some kind of white person dog, like a fucking Labrador or Golden Retriever. you know? But those dogs are popular for a reason. They're just a really well-mannered, just easy to handle dogs. So I like big dogs. I like medium dogs. I wouldn't call golden retrievers or labradors big. Dachshunds are really the exception to the rule. I don't really like small dogs very much, as far as me owning them. Like, I'm fine with, like, interacting with a small dog and, like, looking at small dogs, but I wouldn't want a small dog myself, unless it was a wiener dog. Stamp and Percy about to go at it? Uh-oh. I definitely have more microplastics in my testicles than the average human, I think. Because of all of this. You think that's good or bad? I guess we'll find out. But what if it's like... What do you mean, huh? That was a cut and dry statement. That was a very cut and dry statement. It's our leadening? Oh. Why specifically? Because there was that article that came out. There was that study that came out that said every single man in the study had microplastics in their testicles. Every single one. Off to the lab? Yeah, I guess I'll see y'all there. They have me in the microplastics wing. How does it get there? Through all of the stuff we eat and interact with. Good thing I ain't having a kid. We had this discussion last time. I'm not of the mind. I'm not that set on, like, not having a kid. I would rather much like to have one someday. But I'm old-fashioned, I think. Women don't have microplastics in their testicles? That's a good point. But what about their ovaries? What if we have microplastic babies? They're made of microplastics. Like a woman gives birth and it's like a Lego minifigure comes out. Is it skipping for anyone else? It looks good on my end. And I say that as a viewer, not as a streamer, because I have it open on my phone as a viewer. Good on my end is the name of Brian F., the Street Fighter professional player, his Street Fighter online account. Good on my end. Okay, now we get to decide which way we want him looking. I kind of like him looking straight ahead and not off to the side. You know, I want him to be serious, like a serious mount, like this one on the instructions. You could have him looking, like it would be like this kind of pose, but he'd be looking at the camera here instead of straight ahead. Are you reading comments on your phone? Yeah, that's what I do. Because I don't have a, I don't have any, like, kind of laptop or iPad or monitor over here at my desk. I know a lot of y'all don't want to watch Frieren because you think it's going to make you sad. And it will, but also, feeling emotions is really fun and cathartic. So maybe you should do it anyway. And it's not all sad, so... If you read this, you're cringe? Fuck! I like being a robot. That's what your meds are for. My meds make me into a robot too, but even Frieren made me feel things, and that's good. Feeling things is good. We want to feel things. Even if they're negative sometimes, you know? That's how we understand other people. So then when you guys inevitably meet your 1,000-year-old elf who regrets not taking advantage of her relationships in the past, then you'll know what to do, because you'll have seen it. It's on your to-watch list. As long as it's on it, I guess. But, like, Frieren is not very long. It's only 20-something episodes. Like, they're gonna do more, but, like, get in now. Get in now before it's too late, and there's too much of it. You know? It's so sad, though. It really isn't that sad. And why are you guys so afraid of being sad? Being sad is good, sometimes. Again, it's how we understand each other as humans. Because you're already sad? I mean... I don't know. Because I'm already sad? Don't make me face it in your escapist entertainment? But what if it helps you understand yourself better? What if it helps you understand others better? I'm like a media truther. I genuinely think consuming as much media and the good, varied media really helps with our empathy and our understanding of the world and each other. And you can always tell when people haven't read or watched or consumed or listened to things. So when stuff is good and everyone says it's good, it's because it helps them understand things like that. It makes them... I don't know. I should have consumed more media? That probably is what I'll say. I should have read One Piece. No, I'll die on that hill, though. One Piece isn't worth it, because the stuff and insights that you gain are not worth the amount of shit that you have to slog through. But Reese, there isn't that much shit. There is to me. Is this the Kroot box? Yeah, this is the Kroot Lone-Spear. We have put together the Kroot kill team and even painted one of those little fuckers. But this is our second Kroot box that I am putting together here. It looks like this is his neck. Very goated with the sauce, Desu. I kind of needed someone to watch One Piece with. I mean, watch whatever you want. But I will never watch One Piece. Am I bigoted for that? Maybe. Do I care? No. What is with that gap? Is that supposed to be there? That gap seems... Oh, it's not. Well, it kind of is a gap. Nice, I'm working on my Necromunda gang. Necromunda has so many cool models. I just don't have many of them. My only Necromunda models are those giant rats. I'm not sitting through 1,000 episodes unless it's the greatest thing known to man, but a lot of people will tell you it is. But I will tell you there's no way that's true. If it was truly that great, it wouldn't need 1,000 episodes to get to the fucking point. Brevity is also can be a note of quality. I've watched Red One Piece since 2000, but I just can't suggest it to anyone. It's too much of an investment. Yeah. Also, and this is a very silly thing for you to complain about, I think One Piece is freaking ugly. And that's part of the problem too. I don't want to look at that for 50,000 hours. It's ugly. Yuck. I know a lot of people love the art and the animation's really good, whatever. I think at a fundamental level, the art style is ugly. That's my opinion. It's not truth. But I feel that it's ugly. Good animation can't save it. It's ugly. The WoW player saying One Piece looks bad? Why am I getting personally attacked for my opinion right now, Firezilla? I didn't say people who play to watch One Piece have bad taste. I said I think it's ugly. That's what? Ad hominem? That's an argumentative fallacy. Next. Your argument is invalid. You've attacked my person and not my argument. Didn't you say that some time ago? I mean, unless you got receipts, then no. I don't think I did. I don't think I would say something like, I think people who watch One Piece have bad taste. That seems out of character. Can we hear Reese's opinions on Jujutsu Kaisen? Unlike Landon, I actually really like Jujutsu Kaisen through what has been animated. Through the Shibuya incident. I also think the culling game has bits that are okay. After that, yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Yuck. I think the stuff that has been happening in the manga the past, like, 6 or 7 months, absolutely foul. Yucky. It feels like, it's starting to feel like, shit, what's that fucking show? It's that one that everyone always says is super edgy because all the main characters die. Sorry, spoilers. It's got Kana Hanazawa, and she's playing a pink-haired, like, fucking, whatchamacallit? Like a pink-haired yandere kind of character. Not Mirai Nikki, no. She has scissors in it, her character. The main guy is just a brown-haired dude, not elfin lead. Why can't I remember the fucking name? And, yeah, everyone always says it's really edgy because all the main characters die. Akame ga Kill, there you go. Akame ga Kill. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen is starting to feel like Akame ga Kill. Because characters are just, it's like killing everyone. I won't say who for spoilers, but like it's just like the characters are just being treated like trash. I don't know. Yuck. Yuck, yuck. I didn't like Akame ga Kill very much, but I have seen all of it, and I watched it long ago. It's just mistaking character deaths as stakes and interest, which it is actually neither. Gege showing his favoritism. That's the other thing. I get that it's his work. Gege can do whatever he wants, right? But also, it's kind of whack when you see an artist so, like, heavily favor... Like, there's so much Like, what do you mean there's favoritism? Like, shouldn't the story take precedent over your own personal feelings? Also, didn't you make the characters? What do you mean there's favoritism? You did all of it, no? Yeah, I don't know. That's how I feel about Attack on Titan, even without the weird fascist stuff. Yeah. The characters are too disposable for you to get invested? Yeah. I don't know. I get, like, authors are people. You're allowed to have favorites, but it's kind of weird how blatant it seems to be in Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, everyone knows that like, Rohan Kishibe is, like, an Iraqi kind of insert, right? So, like, Rohan gets a lot of things. But, like, Rohan isn't in every part. Rohan isn't even in, like, 2 parts. Rohan has a spin-off and is a side character in part 4. Rohan doesn't even get a bunch of cool moments. Because I think Araki likes Josuke more than Rohan. But yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen pissed me off. I'm kind of out. I think it was Skelety asked, is there a shonen I do like? Not really, not anymore. Shonen is kind of... I've either outgrown it or the quality is dipped. Because, like, My Hero Academia, complete trash now. Though I was really into it a few years ago. Like, the stuff that's been happening in My Hero Academia manga, also complete disgusting filth. Just trash. What about non-shonen? I mean, there's plenty of non-shonen I like. What's another one? Demon Slayer. I've read all of Demon Slayer. That shit just becomes poop after, like, the midpoint. Like, the current arc of the anime is where the whole thing kind of falls apart. What's another shonen? Boruto? I would never watch. Demon Slayer never really had a good story? Yeah, but at least the story was, like, unobtrusive. It didn't need to have a good story, or, like, any crazy stuff, but, like, they tried to, like, try to get a bit quirky with it by the end, and it just wasn't working. It was a decent story with passable characters that looked amazing, and that's fine. But I think it tried to rise above its nature. How the hell does this go? This connects down here? Oh, good God. Do I have it backwards? I think I might. I think it's this way. Like this? Okay, I see. I'm understanding. The movie was great, though. Yeah. And the ride at USJ is really fun. And the Rengoku baked curry also at USJ. It's very poggers. Attaching reins to a big dog right now. No way. Wait, I have tweezers. What did I do with them? And then I immediately stop using them? Oh, we're almost there, though. I almost have it. Son of a bitch. It's rare that I have to actually feel like I need tweezers for a connection point, but here we are. Fuck. Get a little bit more glue. Almost. 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 Come on. I'm attaching the reins, and the connection point here under the chin is because the reins are, you know, they're like a long strap. It's a very flexible piece of plastic, so I really have to fuss with it to get it in, to go the way I want it to. We're almost there, though. Almost. Almost, you son of a bitch. Come on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Close. 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 Come on. Okay. Fuck, that was annoying. Okay, cool. I think the dog is mostly done now. It says put dog on the base. Well, it's a good thing I already prepared my peanut butter. But I'm not doing that because I have to prime it. Goofy Reese. We have to put the rider together now. But the dog can hang out on the base for now. See, look how big this model is. It's a fun size model. This kind of cavalry model. Cat's hairballing is really weird. Am I gonna paint all them? Yeah, eventually. We've already painted a lot. They're just off screen here. Look. If we can get a good view here. There's a whole lot of Tyranids. There's some Imperial Fists. The Imperial Fists are way back there, though. What's the pupper called? I literally don't know. Oh, there's this? We painted this Dreadnought last week. Name him? Yeah, maybe eventually. Okay, so I could give him throwing, like, grenade spears, or I could give him a sniper rifle. I'm kind of partial to the sniper rifle, personally. Anyone else got, like, anything they want to say about that? I won't take your suggestions seriously, but I will hear them. Sniper or a bunch of spears? I hear that this model is actually really good on the tabletop. Like, it's like an assassin unit, like it's a cavalry that is like a character killer, which is really cool. Like, it moves around the board really fast and deals really crazy single target damage. But I don't know if it can do that with the spears. Not that I'll ever play, but, you know. I don't know what the spears are for. Did they make it anti-infantry? Actually, it has the rules right here. The lances are melee weapons. Interesting. Whoa, salamander? Yeah, it's a salamander. See? 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 Big salamander mount. That's fun. What do I do with my knife? I am very surprised this salamander is not Kroot. And we've been over it, if you were here in the other hobby streams. Kroot are a species that can steer their own genetic evolution by consuming material from other beings. So a lot of the time, the Kroot mounts are also Kroot. But this thing is not very specifically not Kroot. It doesn't have a beak. Which is very interesting. I don't know how sentient the Kroot oxes are. So you have, this is 19 and 20 and 21 combined. Where's 21? Oh, that was 21. This is 20. I'm gonna assemble the riders separately if it'll let me, because it'll be way easier to paint this bitch if I keep them off the lizard. And I usually don't do that kind of stuff, but I think it really will save me a shit ton of time on this one. I usually don't like sub-assemblies, but they are necessary sometimes. Okay, so it says take this one, yup, like this, and then this one that I haven't cleaned up well goes into that slot. I missed a connection point. Like this? Really? Like this? I think it is like this. Very interesting. What's he cooking? Oh, nothing. I'm just following the instructions. This just doesn't seem like the way this would go together, but I think it is. Because this guy doesn't have, if you will, this guy does not have a taint. He's hollow, like completely. Because I think a lot of him, he sits on the saddle of this, so all of these missing bits are hidden. And because his arm goes on, right? There's no part of him that I'm missing here, right? He looks correct from these angles. I think. Unless this isn't on the right way, but it seems like it is. They added Bagul and Hunt. Doesn't that look like Bagul? That looks like Bagul, doesn't it? In a good old Hunt Showdown. I don't like the way this is going together. It's saying... I think maybe I didn't... I don't know what I did. It's... We'll try again. Sometimes you just try again. You know? Oh, and that time I think I got it right. Hunt Showdown mentioned? Yeah, there's like a new hunter called like the Prodigal Son, and he looks like Bagul from fuck, what is that film called? It's a horror movie. How hard is it to undo the glue? As long as you're not like waiting like 30 minutes, you can pry that shit apart. It's not so bad. But once, like, even if I wanted to like rip the arms off of like this, I definitely could. If I wanted to. Sinister, thank you. Okay, yeah, he doesn't have a taint still, though. That's yeah. Because he sits on top of his dog. He doesn't need a taint. I am kind of seeing, though, that he doesn't... Oh, no, he does sit on this right. Okay. He just sits on this very specifically. I was hoping that I could assemble him and still put him on. See? We got a torso and legs. Holy shit. Now we have to do the gun. I could give him the gun and then also attach the spears to the mount. So I could have my cake and eat it too. Maybe we'll do that. I think that would make it an illegal model to use, but like I don't care, I don't play, I just paint. If Connor's the goth one, what am I? Fuck if I know. The chicken ramen flavored one? Yummy. Yummy in my stummy. So annoying they put a fucking connection point on top of the scope. It has like, you know, it's kind of tiered like a scope where the rim raises up higher than the body. So this is really hard to get my knife in here. Why would they do that? Are they evil? They're British, so we know the answer. Zenko, thank you for the raid. The normie one? Yeah, no, not me. Not me. I don't drink any brewskis at the tailgate. I barely know what a tailgate is. The burned one from working at Chick-fil-A? True. Though all my burns are faded now. Thank God for that. It's when you put a gate on the tail. Hope that helps. Oh. Okay, yeah. Blake was the normie one. God rest his soul. The pale one. Isn't that thing from Pan's Labyrinth? The pale one? I swear that's that thing from Pan's Labyrinth with the pale man? Yeah. That's the guy. Wendy's husband? I'm not sure where you're getting husband from, but... The Wendy's one, maybe. You have called Wendy your wife? That's a good point. That's a good point. The sniper rifle's cool. How does this go? Like this? Yes, like this. And then he has an other arm. Where is that at? There it is. Question, can you make illegal builds? Like, could I take this guy's rifle and put it on another mini and have it fit? The way that they're constructed and cut up on the sprue, it would be very difficult. But, like, you technically could, though there would be no rule set for it. But if you wanted to have, like, custom minis for display, you could play with them if your opponent would let you. But it would be very difficult because their hands are sculpted onto the gun. You know, they're one piece. So, yeah, it would be really hard. Possible, but very hard. Can you give the mini a little tiny plastic baby? I'm not sure why I would, but like you could 3D print a little baby, I'm sure. Yeah. Not really much else to say on that, I think. You should accept throne suggestions so I could submit 700-piece assorted little plastic babies. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I like to keep the throne tidy. I only add minis on there that I want, and I don't want to bloat it with a bunch of random shit. So that I make sure that the stuff I get on there, you guys will actually see. Ah, shit. Ban, thanks for 420. He doesn't want the 7-foot wall decal of the asthma grandma? No, I do not. How does his arm go? I'm trying to figure this ish out. It goes over his chest like this? Like this? I can kind of feel it connecting, but it doesn't seem right. Oh, it's close. I just need more glue, I think. It goes over his chest like this. Like this. Like this. Son of a bitch. Now I added too much glue. We're almost there. Okay, that is correct. It goes like this. And then he gets a head. It says to give him 22. Okay. He has 2 different head options. I'm sure you could use either one. They have it so good in Warhammer, I want to ride a salamander to work, right? I say, as billions die on the weekly, as the galaxy burns and is split apart by a giant rift of unreality, as demons are real, And most humans eat nutrient deficient calorie bars made out of corpses called corpse starch. But yeah, they have it really good in Warhammer. Like, really good. The Goose Hydra. Goofy ass Goose Hydra. Alrighty. Well, I do want to attach the spears to the saddle. How does it say that goes? So if you sit him on, it says it goes right behind his foot. I wonder if it can't go on with this one. Where are the spears at? Because I do like these spears. I just want the sniper rifle too. I'd at least taste those bars first before saying anything. Maybe, yeah, maybe corpse starch tastes really yummy. Straight from the front lines. These are very flimsy. They're very thin. I gotta make sure I'm careful when I'm trimming these up so I don't bend or break them. Or cut into them when I'm not meaning to. Get MRE to review it. He absolutely would too. He absolutely would. I'm trying to see how these spears go on. Like, does he have to be mounted for them to go? I think they contour to his foot. Yeah, they glue to the back of... Oh, they glue like right... Maybe not. They glue here? Maybe not. Let's take him off and see if we can't glue him. Maybe not. Come on. This is where you go. This is where you go. Okay. I'm not sure if that's right. I think they're at more of an angle, like here. And I think it has, maybe not. Or maybe they go here? They're at more of an angle. I don't know how they sit. Or how they get them to sit this way. I like them. I'm trying to figure out if I can get them on without him on. How does it... It just says, okay, glue them. It has them this way. I think this is the right way, but they're like... Here? 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 No, they're like leaning forward a little bit. Let's get his ass back on there. You go back. Sit down. There's a specific spot where you slot in perfectly, and I have to find it. Sit down, motherfucker. There you go. Spear. It says they have carvings on one side, and the carvings face out. And then they go behind his head, like this. I'll try to glue them on with him on, and hopefully not glue his ass on. Or rip them off when I take them off. It says they go like right here. But I don't know why they don't want to stay. Oh, excuse me. The glue makes me sniffly, you guys know that? It's like right here, like this. I hold them in place. Glue, motherfucker. I think this is correct. Hello, Saku. Oh my god, I forgot something. The saddle horn. The reins didn't go over it. Go on. There! And I snapped it. That's okay, we can glue it back. Turns out plastic doesn't flex. Isn't that fun? No, when the spears came off? What? Stay on! Well, I fixed this. I was looking at the reins, I'm like, that looks weird, they're kind of floating there, and I was like, wait a second, they came off the saddle horn. It's because there's a lot of tension on them. I'm trying to glue them down. I will hold it together. Making a baked potato for dinner? What do I have? I haven't eaten dinner yet. I haven't eaten for about 6 hours, actually. 6.5. Stop coming apart, I'll kill you. Don't make me super glue you, motherfucker. I'll do it. Fish and chips? That sounds good. Just a... Is my super glue dead? No. Right? Right? This super glue's like a month old. Surely it's good. There it goes. So a little dollop. Yeah, you can get off. Just got back from dinner. Bungers. You got some bungers with the family? I don't get why this snapped, or why it doesn't want to go. Motherfucker, you have super glue on you. I'm trying to be sparing with it. Super glue is very powerful, and I don't want to glob it up. Or get some on me like I just did. Son of a bitch. stick. Okay. What about sprue glue? I shouldn't have tried super glue first. Sprue glue it is. Whoop glob and they glue. Oh. Okay, let's try. What? His foot came off? When? Okay, I'll put that on again in a second. This is being fucking annoying. The reins here. Please, bro. Please. I don't know why. The reins are on correctly down below, so I don't know why they're giving me so much trouble right now. Okay, let's try to scrape away some of this super glue flash. The super glue frosting, they call it. Don't worry, y'all. We're gonna get this guy. Oh, almost just knocked the spears off. Motherfucker. Why isn't this working? This is so annoying. Can I take it off of the bottom? Spears, I'll super glue you on. Can I take this rein off of this connection point without breaking it? The answer is yes. Okay. So, can I glue it on where it's supposed to go now that it's completely off? Having the rein in one piece like this was kind of fucking evil, actually. You know what? I should have done that before I did super glue. Just disconnected it down here and then glued it on there. Because I think this was the way to do it. That's okay. You live and learn. It still doesn't want to go, though. Please, bro. Bro. This is one of the most annoying parts I've had to deal with in a long time. The reins on the Kroot Lone-Spear. It's been a long time since I've had a part that's this fucking annoying. Okay, here. And there. Here. Here. Why won't it glue? It won't even stick? Please. Is it the super glue? Could be. Oh, this is so annoying. I'll get it, but I don't know why it's being so annoying. Like, there isn't even that much tension on it. Like, just glue. I could just take the reins off entirely and just go without them, but I kind of want them. But I don't get why this, not only why this snapped, because it's designed to fit in this spot, and also why it won't stick anymore. Where are my tweezers? What did I do with them? Here they are. Push. Push. Yeah, like these don't have an insane amount of pressure on them. I don't get it. We're having to focus up. We're almost there, though. Where'd the super glue go? I don't know how scuffed this is, but could you make it with string? Yes, but it wouldn't look right. We're almost there. It's just the piece is separated, and it thinks that there's, for some reason, there's a lot of tension on the piece. And I don't understand why, because it was designed to sit here like this. But the tension of gluing the bottom is stopping the top half from staying. I might have just gotten it, though. God, that was annoying. Like... it was like self-tensioning itself. Like it was, I don't know, it was really weird. Really weird. I think I got it though. Nope, it came undone. What do you mean super glue isn't keeping this thing stuck? It's super glue. I don't get it. Okay, we'll try one more time. With the super glue. And this time I will hold it down for fucking 2 straight minutes and re-chat. Well, like pooper glue? I've never had something come undone like that with super glue. It's like it wants to flex, and I don't know why. Hold it until it gets drier. That's what I'm doing. We'll hold it for a minute here. When the clock reads 6:35, I'll take my finger off. Gonna watch you on 160p? Well, I appreciate you staying, even if your internet's pooping the bed. All I wanted was the rings to go over the saddle horn. I don't understand why it snapped like that, and why it was so hard to put back on. Okay. That seems like it's going to stay. I won't touch it again. What the hell? That was so annoying. It's hard for y'all to see. I know it was hard for y'all to see that whole time. The reins on this side snapped at a joint. Here, let me get my glasses on so I can see better. I was pulling the reins, which were secured at the bottom, to go around the saddle horn. And there's a joint here where it snapped. It was a clean break, so I should have been able just to put it back. But the tensioning of keeping it glued on the bottom kept pulling it apart. And I literally had to super glue it. I don't get it, why I needed to super glue that. But it's together now. Piece of shit. And any of the glue stickiness and like texture will be lost when we prime it. Which I might go prime them now that they're all together. Oh, I needed to super glue the spears. Spears. I don't want to super glue them. I don't want to super glue them. I want to try plastic glue and have it stick. I know where they go. They go right here, like this. Like, they were on. I don't know why they fell off. They go right here. Please stick. Okay, we'll use sprue glue. Shit. Mother fricker. Because I know this is where you go. This wasn't a hard model to put together. It just has a few really fiddly bits. And fiddly bits are really annoying. Does he still go on with them glued on like that? Okay. Okay, they're on. They're on. Now I will wait for glue to dry, and then we will prime them. Watch the profanity, I'll kill you. And it'll be easy, too. Every time I say that, I'm quoting that one video. I don't know. I don't remember which one you're talking about. Now I want to paint this guy this stream just to say he's done. He gave me so much trouble. Oh, his foot. I forgot his footsie came off. What the? Huh? It didn't want to stick at all. It acted like there was no glue on that ish. There you go. Get that footsie back on there. Okay. Well, that was a trial and tribulation. But we did it. I'm just going to try to get some of the super glue residue off. Very annoyed that I had to resort to that, but it is fine. It won't look so bad, you'll see. Might have a little bit of texture, but that's okay. But I can get most of it off. I'm being very careful not to undo the hard-fought victory of getting that thing glued on. But I am trying to remove some of the super glue texture, because super glue kind of, if it gets spread around, it'll kind of crystallize on itself. So you gotta be careful with it. But you could also just clean it up. It only takes a few minutes. And I'm not looking to get it perfect. You guys know I don't care if my models are perfect. There's no such thing. There we go. Okay, I will now prime them. Let me just double check. This guy is all assembled. Correct, he's all assembled. The dog is assembled. Are there any pieces I'm not putting on that I missed? No. Okay. That means it's priming time. You guys know the trick of putting on gloves. You You blow into it when you're putting your hand in? I know, you know. Okay, as usual, it only takes a few minutes for me to prime these. I'll be back. Keep yourselves entertained. Okay, I'm back. There's something I wanted to check. The other Kroot box. Where did it go? The Kroot Kill Team box. It's under my bed somewhere. This is it. It probably had some bits that I could put on this guy to hide the super glue conundrum. Perhaps, anyway. I'm checking to see. There's some grenades. A pistol holster? That holster might be good. What's happening? I was priming. Can you believe it? I am fixing something. Let's get our salamander up here. So, as you can see, our super glue conundrum left some texture. It's hard to, there it is, you can kind of see it there. Especially like right here on this side, where my thumb's above right now, I'm scraping it. I'm gonna glue something on top of that to hide it, which is just fine. You can do that, you're allowed. Can you believe it? You're allowed to glue something on top? And there's this holster, this Kroot holster from the Kill Team kit, that I am going to put there. And just cover it up. It's a little pistol. It kind of makes sense for it to be there, right in front of the saddle. I'm just going to put it right here. And then the goofiness is mostly covered up. The goof. I'll wait for that to dry for a minute and then I'll go back out there and prime it so that it also has primer on it. See? See? You just put it right over the mistake. And it's like it never happened. Kind of. He looks good enough with that covered up. I'll be back. I'm gonna go prime it. Here I go. Alrighty then. Boop. Boop. Okay. Okay. And now, see, the gun's just on there now. You can't even tell that it wasn't supposed to be there because it's just on there. Wow. I don't really want to glue the salamander to the base because getting underneath him is going to be a pain in my ass. So, we're not doing it. We're going to start painting here. You know what that means, paint palette. Everyone, though, take a water and pee-pee break. Because that's what I'm doing. A water and pee-pee break. Okay. Let's get after it, huh? Let's make a little bit of room. Gonna move some of these minis off my desk, put them somewhere really safe, like on my bed, where I definitely will remember to move them and not sit on them or something. Yeah. There we go, that's enough room. Move our plastic glues out of the way. Don't need them. Or our knife. We will need our paper towel. That could go right here. We will weigh it down. Yep. Our palette will go over there. Alrighty. As we can see, he is all primed, very bright. I think I'm gonna start with the salamander. I want to do him like the box art. The very like dark top and the orange under. So that's what we're gonna try to do, huh? I think it might be hard, but that's what we're gonna try to do. We just need a ruddy brown top, like a red brown, a deep red brown. I should have one somewhere. Burnished red, huh? Let's find out if burnished red is what we're looking for. I'm just trying to emulate the scheme. I'm not actually trying to like do it one for one. So like, it's not that big a deal. Though this does kind of seem like what I'm looking for. So they just have their salamander, and they just do like the top facing surfaces. So the tops of his head, the tops of his legs, and the ridgeline of his tail with this color. I've still never seen Promare. I don't know what it's about. Firefighters? Or something? Something like that? Cool. Yup. Something like that, huh? I think this will really be striking once I get the orange out. He's gonna look kind of boring until then, and that's okay. I feel like my camera, when I moved it earlier, I didn't move it back into place right. I'll fix it in a second. Okay. I think it's also because I'm not using a painting handle here, so it's kind of hard to keep him where I want him. Here? Or here? Oh, almost actually. Yeah, that's feeling pretty good. Salamander down. Yeah, the color is Burnished Red by Army Painter, Speed Paint. As is tradition, we're just gonna speed paint them. I'm not a goated painter. This is the way to do it if you're like me. You just try to stay in the lines and you just slap the color on. And it has the tops of his shoulders here, this color. And I'm gonna get my brush and wet it and kind of feather this down so that it's really strong up top and we get some of the color kind of fading. I keep moving him out of frame. Not using a whatchamacallit, a painting handle is kind of annoying. Go, dry paintbrush. Soak up all this water. Thank you, dry paintbrush. You're goated with the sauce for that one. It also has the bottoms of his feet this color too. So we'll make sure to do those while we are at it. Make sure to get in between his toes. I'm giving some spots a second layer when I don't think I need to. Or not that I need to get some color variation in him. Like something that's organic won't be one tone, you know? I wish I could put this guy on a painting handle. I guess I could glue him to the base. But I want to do his underside. It's going to be impossible if he's on the base. If he's on the base, his underside is going to be impossible. I can't do it. Camera, I'm sorry. I know I'm not in focus and I'm out of frame. It's not your fault, camera. I know. I'm trying to keep him right here, but I need to move him every which way. I need to do some freaky stuff to get into all of his little nooks and crannies. I know, camera, I know. May talk to your dog like that sometimes? Yeah, I mean, the camera is my dog. It's pretty close. Pretty close, I would say. I'm just making sure I'm getting every side of his feet when I'm doing it here. And in between every toe. I'm already liking the way this is coming out, though. Humans will pack bond with anything? I think that might be a true statement, actually, yeah. I think that might be true. I know he's out of frame, I know. Don't worry. Once we have him a bit more, his underside done, I'll glue him to the base, and then we can have him actually, like, usable viewing experience. I didn't realize how hard this would be. That's okay. We're almost done with the dark color here. Because this next part requires a lot less accuracy, because I'm just doing the top of the tail here. And once we're done with this step, if I made any mistakes, I will clean them up with Wraithbone. And I'm sure I did make some mistakes, because that's just life. So, yep. Need a little bit more of the color. I like this color, but this paint is behaving weirdly. Bye, Van. Okay. There's a couple spots I missed, where it'll be easier for me to hit them now than later, so I will try to get them. Okay. That's that dark color done. Where's my Wraithbone? I think it's right here. Yep. Just a teeny little Wraithbone on my brush. And I'm just gonna cover up this bit that I got a bunch of overspill. Couple coats of Wraithbone will clean it right up. Wait for that to dry, and we will apply another one. While we're waiting for that to dry, we're going to try to find an orange to put on. Bright red, that's a reddish orange. Fire giant orange, that looks almost right. It looks a bit bright though. Vivid orange, nuclear sunrise. Aged hide, no. And then I need a yellow too. I think we're gonna go with these ones. Nuclear sunrise it is. That's looking interesting on my palette. I'll shake that up more. $1 billion oranges? Yeah, I got like 4 or 5. That's still looking interesting. How does it look on me? It's got like particles in it. What the hell? Why? It's the color I'm looking for too, but it's got like weird particles in it, and I just shook the shit out of it. Okay, we'll shake it more. How's everyone doing? You doing okay? Hungry? Interesting. Little sleepy? Heard? Okay, let's try now. No, it's still got weird shit in it. Is that just how this paint is? And I guess I'm not using Nuclear Sunrise. We will use Fire Giant Orange. How does this one look? This one looks really red. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna pick a spot and start oranging. We want some overlap. I think a lot of his underside will be this color. Camera! That one's on you, buddy. I'm in frame, even though it's a wacky angle. Reddit is saying other people have issues with Nuclear Sunrise? Unlucky. Unlucky. I'm liking the way this is looking though. So maybe it was fine. I'm not looking too much for symmetry or anything on him, because animals aren't well, they are, but like not perfectly. So like I'm not too worried about symmetry or anything. I do think most of his underside is going to be this color though, and not the yellow. I think the yellow will probably be more forward, like front facing. Now he looks like a dinosaur? Yeah. Good. He should look like a dinosaur. He's a giant rideable salamander. Kind of has little orange socks. Oh. Have to be careful where I'm holding him because of the way I'm doing this. He's got his little salamander whiskers here that we're going to make sure are orange. And we're just about ready to glue him to the base. His underside is going to be done really soon, and then you guys can actually fucking see. Which is going to be very awesome to be able to see. At least I imagine it is. Good to see. Okay. Shit, I missed one spot. A little bit more orange. I think he does kind of look like a salamander with this paint tone. Like this scheme. It looks right. Like the colors I picked. Whether or not I can actually pull off the salamander like kind of look is irrelevant. The colors are important though. What are we painting today? A Kroot Lone-Spear. It's the salamander rider. Oh, I didn't do this rim of the tail because I was still waiting for their Wraithbone. Another coat. There we go. I'm noticing some spots that I missed with the orange, so I'm going to quickly go back. God, I love Freerun's soundtrack. It's just banger after banger here. Good old Freerun. Never lets me down. Okay. Hello, Milo. Welcome in. We're almost ready to glue this guy into the base. I just didn't want to do it before painting his underside, because that would have been actually the worst ever, I think. We're just finishing up the orange, and the camera can stop focusing on the paint, and then we'll do the yellow. I'm just being careful about where I touch it. But again, I can always go clean up with Wraithbone. I'll bring him back into frame in a second. I'm just trying to smooth out some of the transitions here. And then we'll move on to the yellow. Okay, now I gotta be careful I'm not holding him by the tail, because we're about to have wet paint on the tail. I'm putting off watching Freerun because I know I'll be destroyed fundamentally. Why does everyone say that? Are we so weak-willed as a species? What happened to humanity? Because, like, everyone says that. They don't want to get destroyed. Getting destroyed is fun. Sometimes. Oops. Don't want to cry? That's alright. Crying's normal. Guys, this yellow paint looks like honey mustard. Can you see it? It looks like honey mustard. It's appropriately called ancient honey, so yeah. I mean, it's definitely yellow. Just pick a spot and start going. Ooh, this is coming out really good, actually. Ooh, I'm happy with it. Oh, I was worried, actually. I know I tend not to worry too much aloud during these, but I was worried. That because I'm not wet blending, I'm using speed paints. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get the effect I was going for in a way that I'd be happy with. But I'll show you guys. Actually, you can kind of see. I'm not used to you guys not being able to see, though. It kind of upsets me. But, it's because I'm not gluing this guy to the base, because painting the underside of this would be impossible if he was glued on. This ancient honey color is really good, actually. This yellow. I wasn't expecting it to be, because yellow is so bad usually. But this color, ancient honey, is really good. Really pigmented. Covers really well over Wraithbone on one coat. It shades itself. Yeah, no, this is a really good color. It does look like honey mustard. Is there any spot that I missed with the yellow? Maybe the spot that I just took paint off of with my finger? Yeah. Anywhere else that I missed with the yellow? I don't think so. Okay, hold on. I need to get the leather harness. Where is our good leather color? I saw it somewhere. I had it earlier. Hardened leather? Because I do kind of... But maybe I want a darker harness. So then what about... Where's that other one? Dryad bark? Or whatever? Satchel brown? Dark wood. I think it might have been dark wood. That's a deep brown. What's satchel brown? Dark red brown. No, dark wood it is. Because I need to do the underside of the saddle. And then we can glue them. Here he is right now. Looking a bit like candy corn in a way that is fun. So, yeah. Still tickled by all the names? Yeah. They like to name them whatever they want. Okay, underside of the saddle, and then we can glue this bitch down. Because, like, painting this while it was on the base would have been absurd. So we're not doing it. We're painting it now. Because I wouldn't want to get this brown all over his underside that we just worked hard to get yellow. This is also an illustration of how fast these paints dry, that he's already, like, all that yellow is now handleable. Like, I can touch it. Yeah, this was the right color. He's got like some skin showing through that I didn't paint, so I gotta make sure I go back and get that. I'm also gonna pick out all of his like little hardened scales or horns as well, which is why I haven't really worried if they're covered well or not. Because I'm gonna get them later. Oh, this is hard to reach, but we'll make it. Being very careful with this dang brown. Okay, well, his underside is done, so it's time to put him on the base so we can actually get a watchable stream. And if it's not done any part we have to clean up later, we will. Okay, base time. Yeah, he's very earthy, which will contrast nice with the Kroot who's going to be green. A little bit of paint on glue on each footsie. A little bit of glue. And down he goes. I'm gonna lean forward, see him from over the top, make sure he's going on in a way I like. Or we'll just press him down. He's dirt? Yup. He's something alright. Motherfucker, maybe. Pain in my ass to assemble. But that's alright. Yep. So, here he is so far. Looking pretty good, I think. Looking pretty good. All of these, like, horny, like, ridges and stuff, I'm gonna pick out with black for contrast. But I want to finish the rest of him first, perhaps. Or maybe I'll do it now. I'm not even sure if he'll go on this painting handle. But just having the base here will allow me to hold him in a way that's a way easier to keep on camera. I'll also zoom out slightly because he's kind of big. That might have been part of the problem too, but I was dialed in. I wanted to paint this bee up. Let's get some orange, clean up some of that because there's some obvious spots I missed. The big bitch, yeah. I like how he's like looks like he's like sniffing the ground, like he's coming up after sniffing something. Bro, you are a salamander. What do you think you are? A bloodhound? He might actually. Maybe no one told him. Wouldn't that be heartbreaking if no one told him he was a salamander? And he's just going about his life thinking he's a dog? Couple yellow spots I'm cleaning up. Nice. I guess I'll finish doing the saddle. And I am, again, being very careful around the skin. I worked hard on it, so let's try not to muck it up, right? I'm gonna paint the reins the same color as some of the other leather details, so I'm keeping them primer for now. Okay. I want to go back and catch that piece of skin that I missed, so let's get our dark color again. Our, what is it, burnished red? Miosk said the Promare red. Don't know what that means, but okay. He has like a shark fin. Gotta make sure I paint that. There's some other little places I want to get this color into, like little tiny pits that I missed. Okay. I guess let's do his claws. Where's Pallid Bone? Pallid Bone? Are you Pallid Bone? Are you Pallid Bone? Bony matter? You'll do. You know we love our bony matter in these parts. Big bony matter cell? Christ. Get the bony matter on his little feet. Or I guess his claws, not his feet. His claws. Bony matter is a good paint. It does exactly what you want it to do. It's not super opaque, it just shades. It tints whites to a bone. It's quite thin, actually. I think while I'm at it, I'm gonna do the halves of the spears this color. Again, I'm being very careful around our skin, because that is the focal point of this mini, is the mount. And we worked really hard to get him looking cool, so I don't want to muck him up. If I can avoid it. Is that a spot that I missed, or was that just shiny? I'll go over it again. Okay, let's get our hardened leather out and do the other leather details. And this is a much lighter brown than the one we were just using, so it should look pretty different next to it. And I am a messy bitch and just got it places I didn't want, so we will just clean our brush and fix that up. A little seat, yup. That's bony matter, not hardened leather that I just put on my brush. Clean. I like this color a lot too, hardened leather. It dries super dark where it pools, but is super bright on the recesses, so it looks really nice. It's pretty glossy too. Then we'll make sure to tie everything together with matte varnish at the end. A very difficult spot to reach is coming up, but we're not there yet, so future Reese will worry about it. Silly future Reese. Blood thinks he's having a good time. Little does he know he has to paint that shit that I left for him. Me, present Reese. You ever think about the present version of yourself as the most evil? Present you has all of the knowledge from past and none of the responsibility of future. They're twisted. You in the present. What would future Reese say? Fucking past Reese. Made me paint these stupid chain jowl reins. Evil motherfucker. I can future self face my hubris all the time. Yeah, isn't that evil? Like, isn't that evil? But future Reese becomes present Reese when he arrives, so you're always the most evil version of yourself. I know, isn't that crazy? You're always the most evil version of yourself. Always. That's so, like, twisted. And evil. I'm gonna do the holster in this color too while I'm at it, while I have it out. I don't know why one side of his saddle has come out like looking different than the other. Maybe just another coat. Darken it down a little bit. There we go. Oh, we're almost done with the mount here. We're approaching completed quite quickly, actually. We're gonna start doing metallics. Polished silver. Where's our glittering loot? Where's our glittering loot? Glittering loot. And we need our black. Where is it? Black Legion. Polished silver. Some of the buckles need to be this color. And some of the bits on the gun as well. There's a buckle down here that the reins connect to that we're going to try to get. This is what fucking past Reese left me to do. These evil buckles. These very, very evil buckles that are attached to the reins that are very evil and twisted. I'm gonna shake it up a little bit more. I feel like we didn't get a lot of silver. There we go. Parts of the gun are silver. Those evil buckles are silver. I'm glad we glued that gun there. It looks like it belongs. And it covers up the yucky super glue. Now we get our gold. The last step is going to be doing all the black. There is a little bit of it. I think I'm going to make the spears a stone color. Does anyone remember what I use for stone? What color? It's a gray, I'll give you that much. Something gray. Graveyard? Let's go, Ari. As usual, you're quick on the draw. I'm being very careful under here with this gold. Nice. Let's get graveyard out while we're at it. What stone? The tops of the spears. Where's our graveyard? It's here somewhere. We got so many paints out right now. Holy shit, here's graveyard. And our goofy green crew is gonna look really wacky next to all of these warm colors. Just about time for the black, and this is going to be a painstaking process. Okay. So, going down to a smaller brush. That's some good blending on the paints. Thank you. Blending is something I'm not very good at. And these paints aren't made for it either. Layer paints are made for blending. Speed paints are not. So he has all these big, like, horns or ridges going down his whole body that we're going to try to pick out in black now. It's going to be difficult. We just have to be patient and keep our hands steady. Is his fin this color? Yeah. And the saddle horn can be this color.
Again, I'm just picking things out in black. He has a lot of them on his tail. And again, just be patient. He has like 3 rows of them here. Use a pretty small brush if you can manage it and just pick them out. I'm going to try to do one side and then the next. So I'm only doing one half. I'm not turning it every which way yet. And this is going to help once these are all done. Up the contrast on the model. Contrast is pretty important for visual interest. Alrighty. Let's do the other halves of these that I've picked out. Doing the tops instead of the bottoms. Black is epic because it contrasts with just about everything. Even this dark burnished red that we have, the black still contrasts here. And I love these speed paints, and they're way cheaper than contrast paints. But this, the contrast paint I'm using for this black, the appropriately named Black Legion, is one of the best blacks that you can buy, just period. The thing about black is the contrast paints are supposed to, you know, dry dark in the recesses, and then bright on the raised areas because they flow. But black is by itself not a color that creates contrast, right? Because black is the kind of the absence of contrast as just by itself. It's not a color really. So all this thing is just a really, really pigmented black that flows really well. And it covers almost everything in one good coat. I mean, if you've been seeing me, been watching, I've been keeping it in frame well enough, and I think I have, even if it's not center, do these ridges, the paint is covering like instantly in like one coat. Black Legion is the name of the Sons of Horus, post-Horus Heresy, post the death of Horus. They are the main Chaos Warband. Yeah. They are evil, as you would expect as anyone is, called the Black Legion. They're evil. But honestly, you would kind of hope they're evil with a name like that. If they weren't evil with that name, I'd be kind of mad, you know? If I was evil in the Warhammer universe and the good guys had a faction called the Black Legion, I'd be like, well, come on. What am I supposed to name myself now? They already took the best one. Though even the good guys have edgy names sometimes. Like, you're telling me the Blood Angels are good guys? Well, but Reese, there are no good... I know there are no good guys to Warhammer, okay? But, like, the Imperium is better than Chaos. Let's be real. Let's be really for real for one moment here. I missed a spot with my graveyard. Tidying up. Cool. Well, the beast is almost done. Oh, well, I had that Black Legion out. I wanted to do the pistol grip. Let's do that real quick. But I know a lot of professional mini painters who swear by Black Legion. It's just one of the best black paints that you can get. Yeah, it's GW. Yeah, it has this shitty paint pot. It doesn't matter. It's just that good. There's a spot I missed with the silver I want to catch. There we go. Okay. Good night, Picky Pixie. And all things considered, I joined the Blood Angels just because it's hard as fuck name. Yeah, they're vampire space marines, if you can believe it. They are vampire space marines. Did someone say vampire? Yeah, vampire space marines. The Blood Angels. They literally drink blood. They are all beautiful and blonde. Yeah, the Blood Angels. They are red. Many of them are blonde. They drink blood. They have a psychic affliction called the Black Rage, where because Horus killed their Primarch, eventually all of them are doomed to go crazy and be sent to the front lines in a Suicide Squad type deal. The Black Rage makes it so that they see everyone as Horus, including allies. So they're given a gun, and that's it, like a pistol. They're given a pistol, and they're told to go fight and die. And they do. They go and they fight and they die. Where do you sign up? I don't know, actually. I don't know how signups for Space Marines really work. Many of them are chosen. Like, they have worlds that they pick recruits from. I'm trying to pick out his eyeballs right now to get them bright. Not the easiest thing in the world, I think. Picking out his eyeballs. But I'm trying. to pick them out, that is. He has 4 of them. He has 2 big eyes and 2 little tiny ones. Shit. We messed it up. It's alright, I can correct it later. And by later, I mean right now. Because I have the paint on my palette. Okay. I kind of want to make his eyes a contrasting color, but it might make more sense for them to be yellow. What are we thinking? Like, if I make them blue, that might look pretty good, actually. His eyeballs? You know? Like, just make them, like, blue. Magic blue. I'm back. Sick, nasty stuff, my liege. Thank you. Do you want to make them a light blue? Or blue? Light might make more sense. This blue is so blue as to be, like, not real. Plasmatic bolt? Blue-green? You know what? His eyes are going to be plasmatic bolt. What's happening now? The guy looking real good with that gradient you got going on? Thank you. I'm happy with it. I was very worried while doing it, and it turned out okay. We're gonna take our little baby brush, just our little Patrick's nose, our SpongeBob nose hair brush, dip it in our paint, and we're just fucking going for it. I know it likes all the shiny caps. We'll put all the paint back soon. If I need to do a couple of coats, I will. And it's looking like I'm gonna have to. I'm liking the color though. Here, let's see if I can get him in frame. I'm liking the color though. You can see it. You can pick it out from there. So the fact that you can pick that out right there is good. I think that means it was a good choice. I'm just going to wait for it to dry and then do a couple more coats. And then I'm going to wash the metal parts. And then the beast is basically done. I'm really happy with how the spines turned out. That really transformed it. You guys agree? All the spines here, like his Godzilla tail? Like that really, when they were all brown, it was looking a bit like a mess. But now that they're all black, it really looks a lot better. Alrighty, let's get some more paint into those eye sockets. One side took paint better than the other, so I'm just going to wait for this one to dry, this side here, his left side, and do that one again. Someone say Godzilla? Yeah, he has kind of a Godzilla spines kind of going on. There is a safer paint job for this guy where he's all tans and browns that's also on the box, but that's just not nearly as fun, right? He's like a bone color with browns, and that's just not nearly as epic. I was worried if I'd be able to pull this off, but I think it turned out okay. So, yep. He's done. We're not going to put tufts or anything on him yet, though. We're just going to let him... Oh, wait, I need the wash for the metal. Where is it? Nuln oil. Nuln oil. Just washing the metal parts with this so they're a bit less shiny. Because they are really shiny right now. There we go, that's better. Okay, we will now put him down and let him dry and settle. And now I will use something that I have not had the opportunity to use yet. Because I don't do sub-assemblies often. It's specifically made for this, though, the sub-assemblies. We'll take our little guy here, hold on. You see? I got him on a little stick. So now, yep. Now he's going to be way easier to paint. Let's put all of our paints back first, because there's just too much. I'm not going to need a lot of these on him. Like, I'm not going to need the oranges. I'm not going to need the yellow. I'm not going to need Plasmatic Bolt. The silver, maybe. Glittering Loot, maybe. Burnishing Red, no, won't need you. I don't even know where I got you from. Grave Lord, I don't think we'll need on you. Bony Matter. Maybe. Hardened Leather, maybe. Okay, that's far better, getting all that out of the way. What color do I want him to be? I want him to be a light green, like our other one. Though he ended up being a different color, so we're gonna go make this guy maggot skin. The other guy ended up being malignant green and not maggot skin, because I swapped colors halfway through without realizing it. So, yeah. We're just gonna get some maggot skin on our palette, and then just paint up his skin. Using a pretty small brush for this. Once we start getting some paint on him, he'll be easier to see. You guys know the deal. When they're primed, they're as bright as the sun. Because there's no contrast. Like, do you remember what the salamander looked like 2 hours ago? That bitch was bright. Having him on the stick is kind of nice. I can kind of twist it to turn him real quick. That's kind of fun. It's kind of hard to know where he's supposed to be in the frame, though. Let's do something. Oh. 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 This stream was way harder than normal to keep everything in frame, so I apologize. Though I know a lot of you guys just check in periodically for updates and just listen, which is totally fine. This was a good stream to do that on. Camera, I just had you focus. Go on. This guy is even tinier than normal because of the way he's seated and built. So having this little stick definitely helps. Literally the gun has more surface area, it's kind of funny. Making sure I get all of his little fingies. Another little coat on his arm here, and he'll be just about done with this skin. Alrighty. I'm referencing the art. They have his poncho very dark. How about we use satchel brown for his poncho? We didn't use satchel brown, if you remember, on the saddle. Thank you for gifting. Has Sugwol? Don't know how to pronounce your name. Never have. Chill vibes are impeccable. When you get to the Uncub, I'll sub, I promise. Not a big deal there, Sans. You got a lot going on in Undertale, man. Oh my god, and Major Miracle gifting Sans. Holy hell. And I'm being very careful with this brown. Because we just got his skin done, and it's a very light color. Yeah, now you got the dancing rat. I could feel my eyes getting worse. You've been using the same prescription since I was 14, which I understand is quite uncommon. I can feel them getting worse. I love when you pick the right color for something. Where I'm like, yeah, this color should be good. I'm starting to understand my paints. What colors they make. There's a guy who lives in my apartment complex who has a Harley, and he'll be taking this shit at like 8, 9 p.m. Loud as fuck. Who knows where he's going? He just rumbled on out. I could hear him, even if y'all couldn't. If I tried seeing better, it's just a skill issue, I know. Like, I know, I get it. It's a skill issue. Does anyone remember what color we make all the Kroot spines and hair? There's no way anyone will. But I'll ask anyway. I know he's been off camera a lot, but this is a really small detail. I'm trying to get all of his coat without getting it all over. There's zero chance anyone remembers. None. It's, I believe it's Grognak or Grognak hide. I don't remember the exact name, but it's one of those. It's the color we use for the Kroot quills. Miss the hype train? Am I the only one who hates that Twitch does that? Does it tell you guys? Kinda? That's kinda cringe. I don't understand what hype train even does. Hype train doesn't do anything. Hype train is just, hey man, they gave you a lot of Twitch-funded money, whether that's subs or bits. Hey man, good job. It's also to, like, incentivize the viewers to give more. It's like, oh man, let's build up that train, guys. But it's like, in reality, it's just kind of like, what? You know? It ends up just feeling goofy. I know in like really, really, really big chats, hype trains actually do motivate people because they can get really, really high numbers. But in chats like mine, it's kind of like silly. Too bad there's no option to opt out. Yeah, it's just a Twitch feature. I've never liked them. They always like take me out of a stream when I see them. Always pisses me the frick off. Even my own stream takes me out. I don't know where the hell my fucking Gore Grunta fur is, but it's somewhere. Because I'm gonna need it here in a minute. No fucking shot. Where are you, Dry Brush? I need you. Thank you, buddy. Our good friend Capillary Action saves the day. Just got a big water droplet on him. Capillary Action. It's goated. I'm painting his stirrups the same color as the saddle, because that just makes sense. They don't really look like they would be metal stirrups, so they're not. They are leather. No idea what I'm doing with the gun. No idea. I think it might be a lot of bony matter and metallics. We'll see. I'll bring him back in just a second. I guess this is why people have overhead cameras, because then you guys would still be able to see what's happening right now. But I have to get him so close to my face to make sure I'm accurate. Okay, now let's get some Wraithbone out, clean up a little bit, and then we'll move on to finishing the guy, and then we'll do the gun after that. Did I miss a spot? Oh, I did. There we go. Okay. Where'd Wraithbone go? Right here. It's really hard finding the right zoom level for this. YIPPEEEEE, restream. Hi, horse. Maybe this week I'll try to paint the guard. I'll try to paint the Lord Solar. We'll get some horses on stream. And by horses, I mean horse, singular. In the meantime, I will be looking for the Gore Grunta fur. Is that it? Is this it? Ooh, I found it. Nice. I'll go grab the Lord Solar here in a second while I'm waiting for something to dry. Motorcycle is back. Wherever he was going, it was not far. If no one remembers, even though I already talked about it, I paint all of my Kroot spines this color so that no matter what skin tone they have, because it'll vary, it ties them together. Okay. Did I miss a spot? Yes. Evil water droplet. Did you see it just try to assassinate me? You could literally go back into the VOD and see that water droplet come all the way down the brush from the handle and try to assassinate me right then. Maybe I'll pick out his wristbands and stuff this color too. This guy's very earthy in tone because the focal points are the rifle and the salamander, so I'm not trying to make this guy super eye-catching. He's just lots of browns and greens. A little bit more of this Gorgrunta on some of his little spines. These spines are like a fun detail when you like look at them, but like actually painting them is such a pain in the ass. Like, what do you mean this guy has little spines that come out of his forearms and thighs? Like, that's so annoying. That's so evil. But we did it. I guess I'll do his nails at this point too. And just like before, we are using Black Legion for his nails. Black Legion is just a goated color. There's just not much else I could say about it at this point. Just that if you need something black, Black Legion will always do it for you. In one coat. Having him on this little stick has been handy, but it feels really goofy. Kroot have 4 fingers, but only 3 toes. That's kind of interesting. Someone is setting out fireworks? I would say they're gunshots, but I don't live in Atlanta anymore. I also do my Kroot's beaks black to draw more attention to their face. Bye, Sans. Just about ready for metallics on this bitch. Just about ready for metallics. But I'm cleaning up some of the skin first that we had some overspill on. Yeah, I'm happy with the way he's coming out. Hi, Connor. Cerulean gifted Amaranth. Did you just manually gift a sub to actual Amaranth right now? Yes? Wow. Connor, look, I painted a dog. He's a salamander. And this is his rider that we've made quick work of. Maybe she'll pop in sometime. I'm imagining her logging into her Twitch account, right? And up in the top, it'll give her a notification. You've been gifted a sub to Reese or Rat. And she'll go, who the fuck is that? She will have no idea. I saw her at TwitchCon last year. I didn't interact with her, but I saw her from a distance. I think I've talked about it before. I could have gone and like asked for a picture or something and didn't. I'm gonna be honest, someone did it in Quinn's channel, so I did the same. I should have gotten a picture and then just posted it to Twitter and said, it is Vegas, getting engaged. She's tall? Yeah, I mean, she was, maybe for a woman. I didn't find her, like, super incredibly tall or anything when I saw her. I am putting bony matter over all of the wood on the gun. And if I ever get too much, just rinse off the brush, dry it off, and then you can wick it away. Imagine getting a picture with her and posting that. Like, obviously everyone would know it was a joke, but I kind of feel like that would have been fire. Like, that would have been so fire. This dang strap that the gun has is like obscuring a lot of it. It's hard to see what needs to be wood. But I think I've found most of it now. Okay, let's get the metallics out. I got a picture of someone, I don't even remember his name. The most famous person I could think of that I got a picture with is Quinn and Han. Stood near toast for a good 3 minutes though? Wow. This gun is kind of cool. It has like a ball on the end where he like, so if he swings it like a club, it like kills someone instantly. There are a lot of metallic details here on the gun. Like a lot. Just gotta make sure I pick them out, that's all. Okay. What other... Broadsword steel, broadsword silver. Oh, that's enchanted steel. It's kind of the blue, huh? I don't know about that one. Aztec gold, Talos bronze, brazen copper, golden armor. Didn't we like horde bronze? Didn't we like that last time? I'm trying to remember. No, this one was really red. It was a gold that I used for the bronze. Which one? Was it gold? It wasn't golden armor, I don't think. Unless it was. You met Amy Lee of Evanescence a handful of times? Wait, that's epic. Wait, that's so cool. We love Amy Lee of Evanescence fame. Because she is awesome. And that band rules. I don't think I could name someone who doesn't like Evanescence. Maybe people who don't know who they are, but I feel like everyone I know likes Evanescence. You know? Like, I'm sure they exist, the haters, right? But like, I haven't met one. People who don't like them don't exist because you killed them? Oh shit, okay, yeah. Cool. This is hard to reach. I'm doing the scope of the gun. Trying to, anyway. Might have made sense to paint this gun off of him, because this is kind of absurd what I'm trying to do right now. I have this guy like 1 millimeter from my face, and I still have to grit a paintbrush up in there. Okay. Okay. Any other colors I want? Any other detail I want this color, rather? I think so. This rifle is kind of epic. It's like a bolt action. I don't remember seeing one of those in Warhammer before. That's my favorite Evanescence song. That's hard. I'm unsure. Might be Tourniquet. I don't know, but I like Hello a lot. I don't know. I like all their songs a lot. It's hard. It's hard. Imaginary? That's a good one. Everybody's Fool? That's another really good one. Holy fucking fuck, that gun of yours is absurd. It kinda is. Painting this thing by its, like, well, it's attached is kind of annoying as fuck. But it's alright, we're almost done. Then I gotta do the leather bits on it, and then I gotta wash it, and then the gun is done. What color do I make the strap? I'm kind of feeling red. Or do I make it green to contrast with the body of the thing? I think we're gonna make it green. Yeah. Goodbye, True Ichidoge? True Ichidoge? I think red is cool. I agree, but we already have a lot of orange and yellow tones on the monster, so maybe we'll try to not put them on this guy. And obviously by monster, I mean handsome beast. Because it is not monstrous, it is handsome. I'm trying to snake him between his fingers right now, so I'm sorry if it's hard to see. Yeah, I think the green is fine. I think the green is fine. Here's where we're at with him. He looks like like this. He's kind of blurry. It's hard to tell what's going on with him, but this is what he looks like right now. I kind of like the green, I'll be honest. I just need to do some more metallics, like on a spyglass. Do this thing right here. I think I still have Satchel Brown. Are you Satchel Brown? No. Are you Satchel Brown? I think hardened leather is what I'm looking for, not Satchel Brown. Yep, this is hardened leather. And I just got to do like all of his little greebles and shit all over his person. And then I got to wash the metallics. And then then we glue them on. And then we're done. So like all these little things on his back, he has like grenades or something mounted on here. They're just silver. What's a greeble? Do you have any spray paint? Yeah, I have a matte varnish that I use. They don't see that much handling, but it's always smart to do it. I summon you, dry paintbrush. Wick away this excess. It really does just slurpee it up. It's kind of crazy. You can watch it in real time. Slurpee up like a vacuum. No way you're Toskaru the slurp sound. You're a freak for that one. It's okay, horse, I love you. But I am sometimes amazed at what people say. Cerulean, you're too much of a pick-me. I can't say that stuff about you. I like the green strap, but now that it's dried, it didn't dim as much as I thought. I might do a darker green. I might put a darker green over it to kind of dim it, because it's a bit bright. I do want it to be green, though. But I don't know how green. Oh, we're so close to being finished. Oh my goodness. We're so close to being done. What green did I wanted to get Absolution green, wherever that thing is. Camo cloak? You'll do. What the hell are you guys talking about? I missed it. Well, focusing. There, that's better. Talking about horse. Where's Imperial Fist? I gotta get it in his eyeballs, and then we'll wash his gun, and then we will glue him on, and then we will put on tufts and paint the rim, and then we're literally done. Oh my god, we're really close, guys. Eyeballs dotted on the first try. Kind of goated with the sauce on that one. Nuln Oil and Seraphim Sepia. Seraphim over the gold and brass parts. This guy was really fun to paint. He was really challenging, though, in ways I wasn't expecting. I didn't think that painting this guy would be hard, but painting the rider was difficult, too. He was so tiny and had so many little details all over him. We were just about done with him. Where's Nuln Oil? What did I do with it? There it is. I was putting this over things like the grenades to darken down their shine just a little bit. They're a bit too shiny. Things like the ball on the end of the gun, the barrel of the gun, and the bipod of the gun. And the trigger, studio trigger, and the spyglass. The spyglass that I missed a part. Oh my god. There. Now I didn't miss a part. Oh my god, I missed another part. Fuck. The lens. The lens of the spyglass. You'll just be blue, buddy. You're a spyglass. Fell off? Yeah, my goat's washed, as Tanner would say. Ooh, it's hard to reach the bottom of the scope to put this in it. I don't even know how I'm gonna reach it. You know what? If I can't reach it with the brush, then I can't reach it with my eyes, which means I don't care. Which means this guy is ready to go on the mount. And then once he's on, we will tidy up any additional things. I'm seeing something that I do need to tidy, though. Whole spot that I missed with the gold. Anything else I need to do real quick? Oh, his the part that the thing was holding on to, his cloak. The bit that was blocked by the the Grasper. And I drop him, but he's dry, so that's okay. I touch wet paint with my hand, only vaguely wet, that's okay too. Yeah, he's ready to go on. We will get some glue and put it on him. And I'll just fuss with him just a little to make sure he's sitting the right way. Like this. Just like that. Okay. And he stays there, and I don't touch him. And then we put on the tufts. Once I get tufts on, you guys can see. Because I know it's been really hard to see. I'll zoom out, though. Today was a bad stream as far as camera work goes. I'll say that much. This was really hard to do. Just having it in sub-assemblies like this with no painting handle. The painting handle and having it all together at one, like in one piece, really helps. It's really hard to do it otherwise. But it's alright because we're done. And as usual, the tufts really help. The green looks good, I agree. We're just about done with tufts. I like to get 3 different colors because it really helps sell like that it's an actual like maybe like a Badlands kind of area. It's not just a couple little tufts of grass. It's like a wasteland that has a few errant bushes. Then we get, where's another color? Did I just drop that? We're never going to find it ever again? Nope, it's right here. Nice. Yeah, it was tricky to paint. It was tricky. It was very challenging, but I'm glad to have it done. And I believe this was... No, horse... Was this horse, or was this Lethe? Lethe was the Imperial Guard. This might have been horse funded. Well, it was base rim, but first we'll look at him. It wasn't me? Who was it then? Here he is! He looks awesome! He looks really good! He'll look really good once we have the rest of the Kroot done, and we'll have, like, all of them together. Yeah! Lethe's was the purple guy. I thought Lethe's was these. The infantry. Or was it this? Yeah, he looks really good. I'm really happy with that. And just for a reference, here's the box art. I think I got a pretty good approximation for someone who doesn't get paid to paint. Oh, it's really glary. Hold on. Yeah. This one is Purple Lion. Dang. Eventually I'll remember. But it's been a while. This thing took a while to get here. Loved a big bitch, yeah. Me too. It's a very fun mini. Big salamander rider. He's got a big gun. He's got like little spears on his saddle. It was kind of tricky to both assemble and paint. A very painful model in its way. But he's done now. Forever. $4? I did it pretty good for 4 hours. It's a pretty big model. It's very intricate. I'd say we did a pretty good job for an evening's painting. Alrighty. Well, I will let that base rim dry. And I guess we'll go raid someone, right? Do something. Making sure all my paints are closed, though. These paint pots are really stubborn. Yeah, really happy with that. Look at him. He looks so good. That rules. Alrighty. Also, a reminder to leave anything on your bed if it's still there, whatever. Yeah, thank you. I'll make sure to clean it all up. In the meantime...
Let us see. Who do I raid? I guess it's a Cringy play. She's the only one that's ever live this late. Go see Cringy, my friend Cringy. She's playing Fall Guys. Say hello. You know the drill. Be nice. Go into the screen now. Thanks, everybody. I'm proud of that one. That one's really good. Bye.